Stick to the plan, Val.
There wanted things to go so fast when all I wanted was to slow down. And they talk about the paintings of the future lies that they drew when they were drunk. Into fantasies they saw. So they'll be drinking rosé, rosé all day to bring back the color to all they know. Rosé, rosé, say they. Temperatures rising, the wallpaper's peeling. The fan has stopped working since 2002. She says she wants to find her truth, but she's stuck in a time loop. just a little more heart. All she wants is a little more. Rose, rose. All she wants is a little more heart.
Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret. Cannot catch me, summoner. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Smell of science.
Has been slain. I will guide you. You cannot cage me, summoner. has been slain.
Hey, what's cracking, nigga? Listen, I just got up a meeting with the UN. I'm about to buy the core. Yeah, nigga, we gonna own the center of the earth. Yeah.
Hey, Elon. It's big Elon Crip now on. What's cracking with you? Like, hold on real quick. Yo, R. Kelly, I'm gonna hit you later. All right, bro. All right, fool. Yo, what's up?
You're a fucking piece of shit, man. Buying Twitter for $40 billion when half of that could save homelessness and end world hunger. You can save the world, man.
What? Ironically, I'm not here to save the earth, nigga. I'm here to smoke weed, get money, and fuck bitches in space. Buying Twitter was just a flex.
There are 100 homeless people in the world, and you rather spend your money on an app? The app, bitch. Get it right. And why would I give my money to homeless niggas? So they can spend all my money on crack, stealing bicycles, and buying Egg McMuffins? Fuck that. You don't care about the homeless?
Y'all don't even care about homeless niggas. Or poor people for that matter, until it has something to do with somebody rich. Rich people will not fix your broke ass problems. They won't. You're rich. You have the power to make a change. Rich people are not obligated to spend their own money on broke ass, poor ass, less fortunate ass niggas like you. Go get some bitches, bro. And also, I am making change. I just made a Tesla that can run off of pure imagination alone. How many niggas you know doing that? None of their names is Big Elon Crip. Stop playing with me. Louis Vuitton bag, bitch. But you have money. Rich people are supposed to help poor people.
How come y'all only care about social issues when they trending on the internet?
What? Y'all only care about issues when they trend.
It's not about me.
Help me understand. Now, all of this selective outrage just to forget in 2 days. Y'all gonna forget about this and not talk about it 2 days. No.
Did you really think it would be so easy that the world's richest man can swoop in like Gandalf at the Battle of Helm's Deep and save you from your fate? Surely the war is not over. A battle won, perhaps, but the war is not over. Already, Democrats, powerful big tech personalities, and many on the left are calling for regulation of social media in the wake of Elon Musk buying out Twitter. Elon Musk wants free speech, so he says. We've yet to see exactly what he will do, but of course now Jen Psaki says the Biden administration would support reforming Section 230, enacting antitrust reforms, and requiring more transparency on social media in order to combat COVID-19 misinformation. Section 230 is a provision in law that grants broad immunity to internet service platforms, be it a website or a social media company. Now, I've long called for Section 230 reform, and I retain that position. I do believe there should be reforms, but rest assured what they're calling for now is not reforming Section 230 in the right way. What they're calling for now is regulation to control speech because they know they are losing. They've tried to maintain control of the narrative in the public, in the private space with big tech platforms. Now that Elon Musk is intervening, they're retreating to public spaces, which is they will try to pass laws and regulate big tech platforms, but I don't think that will work either. But again, we may be winning on many fronts, but the war is far from over. We also have Ed Markey, a senator from Massachusetts, saying it's time for algorithmic justice. Yeah. A potential Supreme Court case is upcoming, which may result in serious changes to Section 230. Now, perhaps we have celebrated too soon. Many of us wanted Section 230 reform because it provides immunity to these big tech platforms where they can basically say, we're allowed to remove anyone we want because we deem it objectionable. And we also can't be held responsible for what other people say. I say they shouldn't be able to have it both ways. If you're going to allow people to speak, you shouldn't be able to just outright ban them, but they created a special section in provision in Section 230 that both gives these platforms immunity and the ability to remove content. Look at it this way. If we're going to say that a website should not be responsible for the speech of people who post in the comments, same as it goes for Twitter. Twitter should not be responsible for tweets made by private individuals. Then the same should be said that the platforms don't have a right to editorially choose what content gets published. Many people incorrectly said this was the difference between a publisher and a platform. That's not material to the argument. But I believe it's kind of getting to, it's kind of addressing the issue. The issue is platforms should be immune only if they do not intervene in the content. If they start to decide what content is editorially allowed, like Twitter does, perhaps there should be some restrictions then, or they should be held responsible. Jen Psaki says it, Ed Markey says it, and now we're learning from Axios that states have begun the quest to regulate online speech. Barack Obama himself. And let us not forget that it goes beyond just regulation. People on the left there's already a documentary expose on Elon Musk set to come out. News stories smearing the man. They will not go quietly into that good night, same as you wouldn't. They're not going to back down. This is a culture war. It is a fifth generational war. It is a battle for influence to decide the fate of this country. Will the United States remain a constitutional republic, or will it be taken over by a multicultural democracy? For a long time, they've tried to convince us that the word democracy is the right word, when in reality, we are a constitutional republic with democratically elected officials. Personally, I believe the constitutional republic is the right way for things to be. Because we have protections for the minority, we make sure that powerful interests can't go and strip the rights of small counties and small populations. Under a democracy, you'll have majority rule. I don't agree with it. And the multicultural thing, I think, is an argument in semantics. If you're talking about a bunch of different people of different backgrounds living together, holding hands and singing songs, I'm all for it. If you're talking about people who don't believe in free speech living next to people who do, you're not going to have a good time. I'll put it that way. Let's get started and take a look at the revenge that has begun to emerge against those of us who believe in free speech, but more importantly, Elon Musk. Of course, we're seeing all of this regulation, but the big stories here. Twitter fears sabotage by left-wing staff. That's right. So let's talk about the fears of direct action against Elon. Before we get started, head over to timcast.com to become a member and help support the work we do. And let me tell you about that work. First, many journalists. We just hired another journalist. We're going to be hiring a couple more columnists. Thanks to you as members, we are able to do this. The more members we have, the bigger our newsroom gets, the more crazy stuff we're going to do. Not only will you get access to special episodes of the Timcast IRL podcast Monday to Thursday at 11 p.m., the uncensored, not so family-friendly version of the show. We recently got a billboard in Times Square calling out the Washington Post and reporter Taylor Lorenz for doxing left-wing leftist critic Libs of TikTok. I got no issue with Taylor Lorenz's reporting. I criticized the releasing of the name. The reporting, I think, is important, but publishing the address and the name, I believe, were wrong, and the address, highly condemnable. Now, what did we do? They lied about it, so we got a billboard in Times Square calling them out. With your support, we will continue that good fight, challenging the machine as we move forward. It's not just going to be Elon Musk in this fight. We all must do what we can to challenge the machine, to speak up and call out the liars. Lawmakers are calling for greater oversight of social media. Rest assured, they will not back down from this fight. Elon Musk buying Twitter will not be the end. But before we even get to that point, here's where we are now. From the Daily Mail. Twitter fears sabotage by left-wing staff after Musk takeover. Developers are blocked from app after rebellious employees called deal dangerous for democracy. And hysterical liberal social media personalities threaten to quit social media giant. Well, earlier this morning, I reported that Sean King had left the platform. He came back, and he said he didn't really quit. He was just trying to get away from the threats or whatever. No. I'll tell you what this is. All of these people, just like when, they said, well, I'm going to move to Canada if Trump gets elected, and then they didn't. It's a lot easier to deactivate your Twitter account, so when Elon Musk wins in this battle, they say, well, I'm out. And then a day later, they're like, I wonder what's going on Twitter. So they come right back. But you see this? Dangerous for our democracy. Elizabeth Warren said something like that. Our democracy? A point was made to me on Timcast IRL by Stephen Marsh. He wrote a book about the next civil war, the current civil war we're in. Now, he says he's more neutral, but I think his perspective relies on mainstream news reporting, so he does lean in the left sphere of influence a little bit. But he made an excellent point. He said that right now within the United States, there is a constitutional republic and a multicultural democracy, and they cannot coexist. Rest assured, when people like Elizabeth Warren say dangerous for our democracy, they're not talking about your country. If you're someone who believes in a constitutional republic, which the United States is and always has been, they're not referring to that. They're talking about their new budding democracy. Democracy, of course, is majority rules. Stephen Marsh pointed out that in Canada, he's Canadian, they have democracy with minority protections. I don't like that idea. I don't like the idea that the majority dictates, because 51% shutting out 49 is dangerous and I think would destabilize a nation. What we have here is a constitutional republic, meaning smaller jurisdictions have equal rights to larger jurisdictions, but there is a system with which we weight this. Notably, there's Congress and there's the Senate. There's the Electoral College. Within states, you have less of these protections, and you can see how it manifests rather dangerously, like in California, where they strip the water rights from small communities. At the national level, we are a republic. They are concerned about the budding democracy they are seeking to create. What I want is for the United States to survive, to be strong, and for the working people of this country to see success, for people's lives to get better. I want to see the environment be improved. I want to see us live more responsibly. I want to see us live more environmentally responsibly. However, I think people have to make these choices for themselves, and we need a healthy culture in order to get there. Unfortunately for us, many on the left believe in a more authoritarian approach. That is, you do as they say. But what happens when they're wrong? We've seen it with communist countries and socialist countries. When the party gets in power and they think they're right, they lead the country to ruin, like Venezuela has. And in response, instead of just saying, we made a mistake, they just blame other people. Right now, Twitter is concerned, and they've locked down their code because they fear left-wing employees may sabotage the platform. And why wouldn't they? If they sabotage the platform, they can prevent Musk from taking it over. Elon Musk hasn't completed his buyout yet. If they destroy this platform or damage the code or do something like that, then it may make it so that Elon Musk can't actually buy it. Take a look at this tweet from disclose.tv. They say, just in. Twitter employees apparently added a public repository called The Algorithm on the platform's GitHub account shortly before the source code was locked. Musk said he wanted to make the Twitter algorithm open source. This appeared to be some kind of attempt at damaging the company in some way. We don't know for sure. We're not entirely sure. But it certainly seems like there are people who are unwilling to let this go. Which brings me to the press briefing from Jen Psaki and where we are at with the retaliation over Elon Musk's victory. A question asked of Jen Psaki. So this is, let me make sure I can get to who's asking of this question. So I don't think, this may be Zeke, I'm not entirely sure. But let me read this question before we get to the reform portion. Actually, let me see if I just don't want to make sure I didn't miss it. Here we go. Oh, there's a different section here. Let's do section 230. Real time. A question. I'm wondering, regardless of ownership, would the White House be interested in working with Twitter like it has in the past to continue to combat this kind of misinformation? Or are we in a different part of the pandemic where that kind of partisanship is no longer necessary? Psaki says, well, I think we engage regularly with all social media platforms about steps that can be taken that has continued, and I'm sure it will continue. But there are also reforms that we think Congress could take and we would support taking, including reforming Section 230, enacting antitrust reforms requiring more transparency, and the president is encouraged by the bipartisan support for or engagement in those efforts. I believe there may be another section here on Section 230, which directly relates to Elon Musk in this question. Just a quick one on the breaking news. Twitter agreeing to let Elon Musk go through with this purchase. Do you have a response to that? And does the White House have any concern this new agreement might have President Trump back on the platform? Psaki said, well, I'm not going to comment on a specific transaction. What I can tell you as a general matter, no matter who owns or runs Twitter, the president has long been concerned about the power of large social media platforms. The power they have over our everyday lives. Has long argued that tech platforms must be held accountable for the harms they cause. He has been a strong supporter of fundamental reforms to achieve that goal, including reforms to Section 230, enacting antitrust reforms requiring more transparency and more. And he's encouraged that there's bipartisan interest in Congress. In terms of what hypothetical policies might happen, I'm just not going to speak to that at this point in time. So here's the story from timcast.com. Lawmakers are calling for greater oversight of social media. According to the White House, Biden has long argued that tech platforms must be held accountable. Sure, many have. Many on the left and many Democrats have made that argument, but now it's particularly more interesting. Ed Markey, here's how he frames it. Ed Markey, of course, is a Democratic senator from Massachusetts. Elon Musk and a handful of billionaires now have dangerous influence over the most powerful online platforms. They can't be trusted. And self-regulation has failed. We must pass laws to protect privacy and promote algorithmic justice for internet users, especially for kids. You know, I don't know what power they would actually have to restrict speech. In fact, I don't think they would. In which case, I don't see anything really bad coming from this. I think what their fear is now is that Elon Musk or Republicans would weaponize Twitter the way Democrats weaponized it against Republicans. There was a tweet, I believe it was from Benny Johnson, and he said something like, wouldn't you love to see it? And it was a mock-up of Bill Gates being suspended. My response was, I don't want to see accounts suspended. I want to see accounts that were suspended reinstated. And he deleted the tweet. The point is, there is a concern that people on the right, many who don't care much for principle, just want to win, would absolutely just say it's time for revenge. I'm not interested in revenge. And maybe that's a problem. You see, there is a culture war being waged. And now that there is fear among Democratic politicians that the weapons of social media could be wielded against them, these are figurative, these are fifth generational weapons, I would call it, speech. Now, all of a sudden, they want to restrict everything. But I'm happy with the left having their speech. I'm happy with Democrats having their speech so long as the right has their speech as well. And Republicans, conservatives, or otherwise. The issue, I suppose, is they've wielded this weapon against the right, and now that the right has it, the right probably will do nothing with it. And what'll happen if that's the case over a long enough period of time, the left will just win. It's not just happening at the federal level. Axios reports state's next target regulating online speech. Now, there's been attempts at regulating online speech already. In Florida, and let me clarify what that means. It doesn't mean restricting it. It means regulating this system. Florida already tried. Texas tried. They tried to make it so that you couldn't censor people. That is regulating speech. Twitter as a company has a right to their speech. Section 230 protects their First Amendment rights as well. I just think if there's platform monopolies, as we've long called it, now Robert Reich is bringing it up, we need to make sure that they can't shut down the speech of people they don't like. They're worried their speech will be shut down. I don't think it will. Actually, maybe it will. Axios reports the states, not Washington, are where tech regulation happens now thanks to a deadlocked Congress. State houses are drawing money and attention from tech firms, and advocates hoping to influence laws on everything from privacy to digital taxes to driverless cars and now online speech. A former Facebook policy executive offers state lawmakers detailed guidance for crafting tech regulations that could effectively reduce harms and withstand legal challenge in a new report shared first with Axios. Matt Peralt, former head of global policy development at Facebook's parent Meta, now director of the University of North Carolina Center on Technology Policy, launched the new guide Thursday. Co-authored by J. Scott Babwa Brennan, head of online expression at the center, the guide aims to provide state lawmakers with workable ways to regulate online content. The author said they were inspired to write it after talking to Democratic Virginia State Delegate Wendy Goodidis, who asked them for feedback on crafting better social media and content moderation bills. The federal government talks a lot about reform, but states are actually doing it, Peralt told Axios. States have been successful in areas of tech reform like privacy. They have been significantly less successful in content regulation. He added that the report tries to take both Republican and Democrat concerns about online content into consideration seriously. Both sides of the aisle have concerns that are worth trying to deliver to some extent. Let me stop you right there, buddies. We got a First Amendment. And what does this mean? Well, there's long been debates about it, but for the most part, it means you're allowed to express yourself. Elon Musk, I think, is going to be in for a world of headaches. I like what Elon did. I think Elon's fantastic. I don't think he's going to be able to save us from everything. You see, there's a reality to free speech. That means that you are allowed to express yourself by holding up images. It means those images can be graphic and disgusting. You can walk into the town square in public holding up disgusting images. The real question is cultural enforcement. Do you live in an area where there's obscenity laws? I believe those would lose on First Amendment grounds. Many have. What if you're in a blue area and you're a pro-life activist holding up disturbing images? Police may actually come and shut you down. Typically, they don't. What if you're in a red area and you're showing up LGBTQ graphic images? They'll probably shut you down. There are still indecent exposure laws and decency laws and obscenity laws. Again, I think many of those may actually be challenged. But the issue at hand really is cultural enforcement. What do we as a culture deem to be actual expression? Well, there was someone who burned a pride flag and threw it in front of a bar, and that was considered a hate crime because they said throwing it in front of the bar was a threat. Well, that's a serious challenge. I mean, putting a flag somewhere doesn't harm anybody. It may insult, offend, or scare somebody, but are you not allowed to be scary? And who decides when something is scary or isn't? The person didn't express a desire to cause any physical harm, and therein lies the big challenge. It's all about cultural enforcement. There's going to be a lot of really shocking content on Twitter, as there already is. They've tried to get rid of it. The problem is the people who ran Twitter were left biased. And so when someone misgendered someone else, they said, that is objectionable. Why would you do that? Take that down. And then they piss off most of the country. I think it's fair to say that if you look at Tucker Carlson, if you went on his show and used racial slurs, he'd kick you off and say, we don't do that here. Because culturally, you're allowed free speech, but we don't want all of it. And therein lies the challenge. On Twitter, there will be racial slurs, because racial slurs are free speech. Hate speech is free speech. Will Elon Musk want to tolerate that? It seems as though Elon Musk does. But I believe there will be a line even for Elon, and he will say, I can't tolerate all free speech. He's a free speech absolutist. Elon, are you going to allow doxing? Because that's free speech. It's legal. We all basically think it's wrong, I guess, except the Washington Post. They just deny they did it. Or maybe they deny they did it because even they accept that it's wrong. There will be limits. I don't know where they will be. Don't expect Elon Musk to come save you. The laws won't be able to save you either. Now, of course, outside of everything that's happening with the current government, you do have Obama, who came out just a few days ago calling for tech regulation to combat disinformation. You can't do it. You cannot regulate what you think is disinformation. Maybe fraud. Maybe fraud, but even then you get into dangerous territory. If someone tweets something and they say, I believe X is true, how would you even determine whether or not they knew or didn't know whether X was true? It's a civil tort. There's not going to be federal action. There can't be legal action on that. You can't, as the government, violate someone's right to speech and tell them something they said is not true. Although Obama has come out saying reforms to Section 230. This is where we go. Reason.com reports, YouTube ISIS videos mean the Supreme Court could reconsider Section 230. A court rejects a discriminatory harassment ban at Florida University. A private space mission heads back to Earth and more. They say, the father of a woman killed by ISIS asks the U.S. Supreme Court to consider a case involving algorithms, terror, and free speech. They say as YouTube celebrates its birthday, the game-changing user-generated video platform, once known for funny pet videos, blah, 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 begins to attract criticism. Ample evidence casts doubt on the idea that the social media platforms are radicalizing American youth, but high-profile anecdotes about bad turns allegedly inspired by YouTube, Facebook, and other sites make it hard to combat such claims. No, it doesn't, Reason. Please spare me. It's just not a reality. Now, one such story may come before the Supreme Court and threaten a foundational internet speech law. The case, Gonzalez v. Google, involves a man whose daughter was killed in an attack in Paris. The grieving father, Reynaldo Gonzalez, sued YouTube's parent company, Google, under the Anti-Terror Act, the U.S. Anti-Terror Act. Gonzalez claims they posted recruitment videos on YouTube, that YouTube recommended these videos to users, and this led to his daughter's death. Gonzalez's circumstances are tragic, but his claim is convoluted and patently illogical. To buy it, you'd have to buy the idea that without YouTube, these groups not only would be unable to recruit, but would cease to use existing networks to carry out the attacks. The Supreme Court has not yet decided whether it will hear the case, but if it does, it could give the court a chance to reconsider the parameters of Section 230, the federal law preventing internet companies and users from being liable for all third-party speech. SCOTUS blog notes, in 2020, Justice Clarence Thomas suggested, in an appropriate case, we should consider whether the text of this increasingly important statute aligns with the current state of immunity enjoyed by the internet platforms. The petition in Gonzalez v. Google tries to present itself as the case Thomas has been looking for. The district court dismissed Gonzalez's claims on the ground that Section 230 nonetheless protected Google for its recommendations because ISIS produced the videos, not Google. I don't agree with that. I believe you have a right to post content to monopolistic platforms. So perhaps the law would say once a platform reaches 50 million or more, they become a privately owned public space. Meaning, sure, they can change the rules, sure, they can handle algorithmic things like that, but the algorithm, what is promoted or recommended, that's on Google. Here's my view. YouTube should not ban people for what they say. If people say things YouTube doesn't like, they should just stop sharing it. YouTube's under no obligation to promote my work to anyone. Also, that means YouTube should also not interfere with the emergence of my content. The front page of YouTube should have an option for chronological feed based on your subscriptions or algorithm. But for the past several years, I think almost a decade, YouTube's been algorithmic. That means even if you subscribe to a channel, YouTube might show you something you didn't subscribe to. If YouTube wants to decide what should be shown, then they are responsible when they show it, because that means they have editorial guidelines. It's just, the whole thing is ridiculous. If you post a comment to timcast.com, and it says a whole bunch of libelous things in it, and then I just put it on the front page, you mean I'm immune? That's absurd. I chose to put it on the front page for everybody, but that's basically what they're saying. No. If I recommend a comment from a user, that is me deciding what people should see. If I say whatever you post just appears in reverse chronological order, then I think they should be immune. I would welcome some reforms to Section 230, and this means I could get hurt. YouTube might say, we don't want to be responsible for political content, Tim, so we're not going to recommend you anymore. Fine, but that also means you should show my videos to the people who subscribe to my channel, which is 1.3 million people on this channel alone. Not to mention the subscribers on all the other channels totaling around, what are we at, 4 or 5 million? The problem I have is YouTube chooses winners and losers. And even if people say, I will subscribe, YouTube still says, we've decided you lose. No, you can't have it both ways. So I would welcome some reforms. But I warn, to all the conservatives saying repeal Section 230, that would be the end. It'd be the end of independent speech. It'd be the end of Twitter. No, you don't want to repeal Section 230. We want reforms or actual enforcement, meaning, as I stated, YouTube, you're not responsible for what Tim Pool here says, unless you make an editorial decision to promote the content. Now you're playing different games. What might happen in that case is that YouTube would require a certification before they would allow you to appear on the front page. They might say, no, you know what? We're not going to show anybody. The front page will always be algorithmic. All right, well, that's the way it basically already is now. YouTube just kicks people off and puts people on, so what's the worst that can happen? YouTube should restore non-algorithmic subscription feeds. Let people choose. Twitter does it. Twitter has the reverse chronological follower count plus the algorithmic feed. I don't like the algorithmic feed. It's stupid. I want breaking news. I don't want stupid opinions from 4 hours ago. So I always go on Twitter and say, only show me what's happening in reverse chronological order. If it's new, it appears, everything moves down. Otherwise, I think you're playing with fire. I think these companies are manipulating everything that shouldn't be allowed. What we also have going on is not just about regulation. It's also about the media coming after Elon Musk. Elon Musk expose documentary from the New York Times has been announced. Perfect timing. Perfect timing, huh? We also have a few other stories here. This one is Elon Musk calls the SEC shameless puppets. Okay, we have this from The Verge. Elon Musk privately raged at Saudi officials. I'm not surprised that negative stories are coming out about Elon Musk for two reasons. One, he's the wealthiest man in the world. There's constantly stories about Elon Musk. But also, this is a left-leaning outlet, The Verge. Are we likely to see left-leaning outlets take all the negative news on Elon they can? Yeah. Elon Musk is trending. You're going to get clicks. People on the left don't like him. They will play that game absolutely. But now we have this. I love this story from the Post Millennial. The European Union issues a warning to Elon Musk. You are welcome, but these are our rules. Elon, there are rules. You are welcome, but these are our rules. It's not your rules which will apply here. So what? Europe going to ban Twitter? I say bring it on. The European Union has issued a warning to new Twitter owner Elon Musk, telling the billionaire that he has to comply with their digital rules or face the risk of a hefty fine or ban of the social media platform in European Union member nations. That would be really interesting. Would the people of Europe just accept that? Or would they say, nah, we're going to use the platform? Would Elon Musk capitulate to the EU? I think he might. Look, I respect a nation's laws. If the European Union wants rules and wants laws, they can have them. If you want to operate within their borders, then you should. But what if Elon says, we do not intend to operate in Europe? If people in Europe want to access our website, that's on them. How would that work? If somebody who lives in France says, I want to use this platform, would they not be allowed to? Elon Musk might be like, we don't operate in France. If someone in France accesses twitter.com, that's on them. What would France do? Fine the person? Issue an IP ban on Twitter so that no one in the country can access Twitter? That's very strange. It would be like, it's not completely out of the question. I mean, look, if I make and sell birdhouses, but the kind of birdhouse I make is illegal in Europe, they won't allow you to import it. They'll say it's illegal. You can't do that. But I wonder if they would actually be able to stop Elon Musk. Now, I think the reality is Twitter, look, as I said, I respect other countries having their own rules. The United States should have its own rules. Other countries can have their own rules. If the EU says we want rules, I think Elon Musk likely will abide by them. He'll say, yeah, sure, I don't care. Whatever your rules are, fine. In the United States, we're going to have free speech. And in Europe, we're going to abide by how your system works. So be it. I think people need to understand this. When you get a notification, and I've got these before, saying you violated Pakistani law, that's a good thing. People are like, why is Twitter telling me this? I shouldn't be. No. I got an email once, and people were like, it's so stupid that you would be told this. I think it's a good thing. I was told that I blasphemed in Pakistan or something. And I'm like, good, now I won't go there because I'm a criminal, I guess, because I have free speech in the US. Yep, they said you said something that violates our law. You also get these notices where it's like, we reviewed your tweet and it did not violate German laws. I think they're funny. I'm glad they're being sent. I'd like to know if something I did violates another country's laws, because I might want to go to some of these countries. The last thing I'd want is to get off the plane and then be arrested for something I tweeted. That's the reality of being on Twitter, of putting out things in the public. If you do not want to be in the public space, recognize that when you tweet, you are now a public figure to varying degrees. Obviously, I don't think every person who's ever tweeted one time is a public figure. I just mean you are now in the public fray. And they will look for you, they will come after you, they will try to ban you. Elon Musk, I think, is going to have a rude awakening, as it were. I'm sure it's possible Elon is well aware of what it means to have free speech. I think he's a smart guy, he's much smarter than me. But there's also a difference between intelligence, knowledge, wisdom, experience. I think that when it comes to the issues of social media, I have substantially more experience with the inner workings. I do think that's fair. Now, Elon's a smart guy. But I've actually consulted some of the biggest tech companies on live streaming tech, including social media. Friends, the CEO of Minds.com, and we've had extensive discussions about social media. I don't think Elon Musk has had many of these questions. In fact, we have Ian Crossland on Timcast IRL, who used to be a moderator, co-founder of Minds, and worked as a moderator, and he can tell you all about the terrifying reality of free speech. Because you've got pictures of gore. It's free speech. Will that be allowed? I think it already is allowed to a certain degree. So the question is, where would Elon Musk's line be? What if people's imagery? That's still free speech.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely Tuesday morning. Today I would like to discuss a decision that Chevy made that I think is going to have some long-term consequences for their company and electric vehicle adoption in general that they're not thinking about right now.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Elon Musk bought Twitter yesterday with the promise to restore free speech to America. And a lot of people were thrilled by that news. To them, it felt like liberation. Finally, they can say what they think out loud. They can participate in the life of their own country. They can be full citizens again. That's how they felt. But at the same time, a lot of other far more powerful people were not thrilled by this news. They were highly upset that Twitter will be lifting its speech restrictions. The ACLU warned that this was just way too much free speech, and the NAACP strongly agreed with that. The Washington Post concurred, of course, but it took a different angle. It is terrifying, explained Jeff Bezos' personal newspaper, when billionaires start buying media outlets. MSNBC and CNN did not laugh at that claim. They amplified it and added some. It turns out that Elon Musk is a hardcore white supremacist. Who knew? Technically, Elon Musk is an African-American, but 2022 has been like that. You're always being surprised. So how do you make sense of all of this watching from home? Here you have one news story, but two diametrically opposed interpretations of the same story. So how do you determine who's right? Who are the good guys and who are the villains? We've been brooding about this all day, and we've devised a simple test to answer that question. We're about to show you two images. Both of them are famous. You've seen both of them before many times. They're both from the 1980s. Here's the first one. Now get a pen and paper and record your reaction to it. And remember, there are no right or wrong answers. Why?
Overnight, the wall went up, and overnight, family members were cut off from each other, a city and a country divided. There was a scramble to get out, people jumping from buildings even as their windows were being bricked up. Over the years, there were numerous escape attempts, via the checkpoints, through tunnels, even in hot air balloons. 3 decades later, communism began to crumble across the Soviet Union. The cracks appeared, and eventually, the wall came tumbling down.
So those last pictures, as you know, were from Berlin in the fall of 1989. Ask yourself, what did you just see? Did you witness the triumph of the irrepressible human spirit over forces of totalitarian control? Or did you find yourself annoyed by the senseless vandalism of government infrastructure? Who did you sympathize with as you watched that video? Was it the protesters breaking down that hated wall? Or did you find yourself feeling for the prison guards in the background who are going to have a lot more trouble keeping track of people once this sensible barrier is removed? Be honest, write down your answers. Now we're on to the second image. This one is from Beijing, China, same year, a few months earlier. So what do you see here? There's a man standing alone in front of a tank. Is that man a hero, risking his life for human rights? Or is he a hooligan impeding the progress of a government vehicle? Who do you sympathize with, the man or the tank? These may seem like easy questions, but that's only because those images are more than 30 years old. Everyone today supports the fall of the Berlin Wall and the freedom fighters in Tiananmen Square. But back in 1989, it was a mixed bag. Actually, a lot of highly respected people thought the Berlin Wall should stay up. That would include Margaret Thatcher, the president of France, and a lot of others. Now that may sound shocking to you, but really it's not so different from what we're witnessing now. Now, today, we're witnessing a lot of well-respected people who are arguing with a straight face that Twitter, one of our main avenues for solving political differences, should remain censored. They're telling you, again with a straight face, that you can't have a democracy where everyone is allowed to participate in the conversation. No. In order to represent the public must be forced to shut up. That's what they're saying. So whose side are you on? The man or the tank? Keep in mind that if you chose the tank, you were by definition a Stalinist. We're not judging, but we thought you should know that. The good news is you've got a lot of company. Here's MSNBC.
There's studies that have been shown that this power can be used to tilt elections if someone were to want to use it that way. It's not enough to just rig law and policy. You want to rig the discourse. You want to make sure you control the terms.
If you own all of Twitter or Facebook or what have you, you don't have to explain yourself. You don't even have to be transparent. You could secretly ban one party's candidate or all of its candidates, all of its nominees, or you could just secretly turn down the reach of their stuff and turn up the reach of something else, and the rest of us might not even find out about it till after the election.
Oh, see, if a billionaire controlled Twitter, you could rig the discourse. That's a fair point. See, the thing about owning a social media company is you could, quote, secretly ban one party's candidate. Or even scarier than that, you could, quote, secretly turn down the reach of their stuff or turn up the reach of something else, and the rest of us might not find out about it until after the election. Yeah, that's a terrifying prospect. Democracy could not withstand that. Let's hope it never happens. What is it about cable television that completely eliminates people's self-awareness? Maybe NIH should do a study on that. It seems like a legitimate health crisis. But we're being slightly unfair in that analysis. We do not mean, certainly, to suggest that it's only Democrats who favor censorship for political ends. Republican leaders support it too. In a phone call reported today by the New York Times, for example, Congressman Kevin McCarthy of California told his close friend Liz Cheney that he hoped the social media companies would censor more conservative Republicans in Congress. Donald Trump, the sitting president, had already been silenced by those companies, but McCarthy wanted the tech oligarchs to do more, to force disobedient lawmakers off the internet. Quote, can't they take their Twitter accounts away too? Those are the tape-recorded words of Congressman Kevin McCarthy, a man who in private turns out sounds like an MSNBC contributor. And yet, unless conservatives get their act together right away, Kevin McCarthy or one of his highly liberal allies like Elise Stefanik is very likely to be Speaker of the House in January. That would mean we will have a Republican Congress led by a puppet of the Democratic Party. So you wouldn't know any of this unless it was leaked. And you can start to see why the people in charge oppose transparency and fervently support censorship on both sides. Why? Because the more you know about them, the less satisfied you're likely to become with their leadership. Here's the eunuch general of CNN's Praetorian Guard warning that the peasants cannot have too much liberty.
If you get invited to something where there are no rules, where there is total freedom for everybody, do you actually want to go to that party? Or are you going to decide to stay home?
Oh, you're going to stay home. Actually, if you let people choose, you never know what they're going to do. For example, CNN just spent more than $250 million on a streaming service that in the end attracted 10,000 viewers. Right, because people had a choice, and that's not what they chose. So if you're part of a company that made a decision like that, you'd be very much in favor of squelching the competition with censorship. Because if you didn't have a monopoly, you would wither and die. People would start asking questions like, why is equity so important again? Why do we care what TV personalities look like? Shouldn't we care about what they do, what they believe, about their characters? Over on The View, host Sunny Hostin is desperately hoping you will never be allowed to ask that question.
On Twitter, it is predominantly straight white men. So when Elon Musk says, wow, this is about free speech, it seems to me that it's about free speech of straight white men.
Elon Musk lives in a world in which the only kind of free speech is white men feeling free to say whatever the hell they want.
Now, we could rebut those points, and these people are obviously racist. Nobody says anything about it for some reason. But that's not really the big point. The big point, and we're going to restate it because it's the whole point, is this. Anyone who is angered by the prospect of American citizens expressing their opinions is a Stalinist and should be feared. We no longer need to guess who those people are. They have conveniently self-identified. It's a clarifying moment, but it's also a little scary because at this point there is no going back. Once the kidnapper shows you his face, he can't release you. God knows what happens next. The Biden administration has jumped with all four paws into this, signaling it's going to use the weight of the federal government to crush Elon Musk because he wants you to speak freely. The day that Musk announced his intention to buy Twitter, the feds opened a probe into Tesla. That would be his electric car company and the source of the wealth that made it possible for him to buy Twitter. And at the same time, the Biden administration's allies in the media are uniting to defame Elon Musk and destroy him as a man, because that's what they do. He's a racist! They're about to do that to us again. The New York Times editorial board just published a stirring defense of censorship in a newspaper. On Twitter, the Times complained Musk will be free to, quote, body shame people. He can also, quote, poo-poo sound health regulations and shout down critics. And that can't be allowed. Thou shalt not body shame Tony Fauci. Tony Fauci is a very tall man. And by the way, the vaccines work flawlessly. Not very subtle. CNBC was even less subtle, by the way, in its character assassinations. That channel granted anonymity to a source identified as, quote, close to some of the Democratic Party's biggest Silicon Valley mega donors. What did this source come over to CNBC to say? Quote, Musk is a great engineer and businessman, but I would not trust him with my daughter. Oh, so he's a rapist now. Got it. Okay. No evidence whatsoever, but you should be afraid for your daughters because Elon Musk wants free speech. And NBC Nightly News, in between prostate health segments, strongly agrees with that. Watch them tell you that free speech endangers women way more than abortion clinics, TikTok, and Teen Vogue. Watch.
And some critics are concerned that Musk's pursuit of free speech will collide with growing safety problems on Twitter, especially for women and minorities.
Do you trust Elon Musk to make Twitter better for women?
No, I don't trust Elon Musk to make Twitter better for women at all.
Oh, it's bad for women! It's pretty funny. Oh, the rich and entitled ladies won't have a voice. Okay. But of course, well, everyone will have a voice, and that's what they're mad about. What they don't want is the coming of diversity, the one thing they say they love. There's no diversity at Twitter. As it stands, 99% of recent political donations from Twitter employees have gone to Democrats. 99%, 98.7% to be precise. Now, How much is that? Well, for perspective, Kim Jong-un got a much smaller level of support from workers at the central Pyongyang steel plant recently. So 99% of anything is a bad sign. It's a terrifying level of conformity. It suggests brain death. But brain death is what they're demanding. And that tells you everything. As Elon Musk himself wrote today, quote, "The extreme antibody reaction from those who fear free speech says it all." And it certainly does.
Subscribe to the Fox News YouTube channel to catch our nightly opens, stories that are changing the world and changing your life. From Tucker Carlson Tonight.
Just like hunting fresher geese.
And this is where we find ourselves with Elon Musk about to buy Twitter.
Yeah, I saw that.
Apparently it's going down.
What?
The press release has been announced.
Elon Musk just bought Twitter. We got a movie star cut type of a superhero. It's like a movie. Like if you had a movie and there was a guy who was like a hero in the movie who happened to be a billionaire, does wild like makes his own rockets and drills under the city and
That's
electric
insane.
Elon Musk agrees to buy Twitter in a $44 billion deal. Agreement to take social media network private marks the close of dramatic courtship.
Well, that was the exciting moment Joe Rogan found out that Elon Musk had, in fact, bought Twitter. The popular podcaster was live on air when he told his audience the tech billionaire was about to buy Twitter, only to be corrected that he had actually finalised the deal and had acquired the social media company. Rogan basically jumped out of his seat in excitement, declaring the Tesla founder is a movie star cut type of a superhero for buying the company. Look, it's no secret, there are a lot of people happy to know that Elon Musk has bought Twitter. People like Joe Rogan, who believe freedom of speech is fundamental to our society.
Here's why that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, tell me. I need to hear what you think.
He believes that free speech is important, and not just important, vital for a democracy, for a functioning democracy. And I agree with that. And what's interesting about this is look, we found out some things about Twitter, and one of the things they do is shadow ban people. So they make it so that your content, whatever you put out, has less impact. It has less engagement. They limit your ability to express yourself. They ban accounts, and they ban accounts if the account says something that they don't agree with. If the account says something that violates what they believe. Also, this ability to shadow ban people has to be exposed.
Right.
Elon Musk has actually been on Joe Rogan's show before and are considered to be friends. A few months ago, Joe Rogan actually told his audience he offered to help arrange Elon Musk's physical training after the billionaire challenged Russian President Vladimir Putin to single combat.
But Elon Musk wants he wants to fight Putin. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
I offered my services.
Oh, that'd be sick. Who's winning that fight?
I will arrange all of your training. I go, if you really do fight Putin, I said, I'll arrange all your training.
This world's crazy enough for that to happen.
How epic would that be? It'd be so epic. I would bring Faraz Sahabi in. I would bring Faraz Sahabi in from Montreal to train Elon Musk. God damn, that would be amazing.
And what do you think? Are they fighting full martial arts, or are they doing boxing? Or
I would say martial arts. You'd have to do martial arts. Yeah, you'd have to like an MMA fight. Yeah, I mean it's 2022. You know, the boxing.
They will fear the wild.
Me llama el cocinero. Recita, ¿qué? Ve por la paella. Venga, que las 2 de la tarde ya están aquí. Miren, bañador. Con la chancla. Todo despeinado porque no me dio tiempo nada ponerme la chancla y el bañador. Voy a la playa, ya subió la marea. que te sabes.
The first thing that's up is, guess what? Elon Musk buys Twitter for almost $44 billion.
He's got a cowboy hat for this, like Bezos had for his dick rocket. That's hilarious, dude.
It is kind of funny when guys like that put on cowboy hats.
I think he's mocking Jeff Bezos with that cowboy hat, I swear to God.
He's got to be, right? He had to be. Hopefully that's a sketch. Elon Musk tweeted out, I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that is what free speech means.
My God, he sounds like Hitler. My God, I feel like I'm in the Weimar Republic on the last night of Weimar.
So here's his statement. Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated, said Musk. I also want to... The first thing that's up is, guess what? Elon Musk buys Twitter for almost $44 billion.
He's got a cowboy hat for this, like Bezos had for his dick rocket. That's hilarious, dude.
It is kind of funny when guys like that put on cowboy hats.
I think he's mocking Jeff Bezos with that cowboy hat, I swear to God.
He's got to be, right? He had to be. Hopefully that's a sketch. Elon Musk tweeted out, I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that is what free speech means.
My God, he sounds like Hitler. My God, I feel like I'm in the Weimar Republic on the last night of Weimar.
So here's his statement. Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated, said Musk. I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product with new features, making the algorithms open source. Who could disagree with that? To increase trust. So what that means, open source means if they're suppressing someone or they're boosting others, they're not going to hide it anymore. They're going to tell you how your tweets get promoted or not promoted. They're going to show you what the algorithm is. They're not going to hide it like everybody does right now. Meaning Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Everybody hides it. Twitter. And he's saying they're going to make it public so you can be transparent and you can see that they're not up to nefarious shit by boosting, people that are connected with the CIA or the FBI or the national security apparatus or for corporations or not, or suppressing people who are anti-establishment like they do now. So that's great. And people are afraid of that. Believe me, there's a lot of Biden voters who are afraid of that. What do you want to say, Kurt?
Rick Overton just texted me. His nickname is Twitler today. He's Twitler.
Make it to that. Defeating the spam bots and authenticating all humans, Twitter has tremendous potential. I don't like the authenticating all humans part. That seems a little... I look forward to working with the company and the community of users to unlock it. So I like what Shant Mesrobian, he always has a good take. He says, so Twitter's board went from adopting a poison pill to accepting acquisition in the span of a week. Remember that? They were saying that the board is putting a poison pill in the deal, so even if he does buy it, it'll screw him, so he won't want to buy it. So they went from adopting a poison pill to accepting Elon Musk's offer in the span of a week. Yeah, I just can't understand why people think the company was adrift and needed a new leadership. Okay, very well said. So Caitlin Johnstone takes a little bit of a different tack. She says, you don't get to be a billionaire, much less a billionaire media owner, if you don't collaborate with existing power structures. Very true. Musk will only be permitted to buy Twitter if the oligarchic empire doesn't feel he possesses a meaningful threat to imperial narrative control. I can't say she's wrong on this. I think she's right. I'll start paying attention to, because I want to be excited about this. You know what I mean?
Right.
I want to be excited about this. But she's like a cold slap in the face. Like, no, wake up, dummy. I'm like, all right. I'll start paying attention to Musk's talk about free speech as soon as Russian media stop being censored here and accounts suspended for criticizing establishment narratives like Real Scott Ritter get restored. So that'll be a big test. She's right. If Elon Musk then allows RT back on Twitter and people like the weapons inspector Scott Ritter, who we had on the show, who got kicked off for telling for having his own ideas about war crimes in Ukraine. She goes on to say, until then, I'll assume he's at most only interested in protecting speech that doesn't threaten the powerful, like Republican partisan bullshit and hate speech against marginalized groups. I would say he's going to give it to Aries. No, that's the narrative. A lot of people are afraid of that happening. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think he's going to actually enforce free speech. And if he doesn't, it'll be the biggest joke in a while. Put it that way.
Yeah, right.
So I think again, we'll see. I don't have to guess. We're going to see right away. We're going to find out.
The open source thing where they got to tell you why.
Yeah,
your stuff's being taken away. That's a big thing.
That's a big thing.
Yeah, everything hinges on they get to just kind of not have it, because once principles are installed, everybody has to follow them. Like there's no kind of getting around them. So if he actually has that, where you have to, I don't know. I have no idea.
That tweet that Tulsi tweeted out that called Hillary Clinton the queen of all warmongers. Every time somebody retweets that, I'll see it every couple of weeks, and my like has disappeared. And people make jokes about it. Time to go like this for the 10th time. So that there's an algorithm that takes likes away from certain tweets that the establishment doesn't want you to see. And of course, the national security state is embedded in big tech, Silicon Valley, of course. So there we go. So we'll see. We'll see if it turns out that he only lets Republican partisan stuff and hate speech against marginalized groups happen, and if he's really committed to letting free speech happen. We're going to see. Michael Tracy says, this is like 9/11, Pearl Harbor, Charlottesville, the 2016 election, and invasion of Ukraine combined. Of course, he's being funny. Here's what Garland Nixon, friend of the show, says. Breaking news, anonymous officials leak that the CIA is working on arranging for a totally independent whistleblower to expose misogyny, transphobia, and lots of really bad stuff as soon as Elon Musk takes over Twitter. Very funny tweet. By the way, probably 100% accurate. I'd rather live in a world where Alex Jones is allowed to lie to me than a world where I'm not allowed to criticize my leader, says Primo Radical, who just got banned from YouTube for an interview he did with me.
What?
Yeah, he just got a strike on that video that he interviewed me. It was called Jimmy Dore Uncensored, ironically, and it got censored.
That's for what?
No. They didn't.
Not open source?
It's not open source. That's why. You're right. So this guy says it's absolute. So then I think people start freaking out. So here's some people who are freaking out about it. It's absolutely insane that at Twitter right now, meaning the employees, this guy, in the virtual valves of private Slack rooms and employee group texts, according to an internal source. Their take breakdown just now, I feel like I'm going to throw up. I really don't want to work for a company that is owned by Elon Musk. Why can't it be owned by the Saudis? Why can't it be owned by Jeff Bezos, Dr. Evil? Oh, this sucks so much. Why can't it be owned by a military-industrial complex weapons manufacturer? Why can't it be owned by a tobacco company? Why can't it be owned by a health insurance company? Why can't it be owned by Wall Street that has been crushing people for decades? This one billionaire bothers me. Here's Sean King. Sean King went off he lost his mind. He goes, at its root, Elon Musk wanting to purchase Twitter is not about left versus right. At first, I thought this was good. This was going to be a good tweet, I thought, at first.
Yeah, Sean King's usually good.
And then he says, it's about white power. The man was raised in apartheid by a white nationalist. He's upset that Twitter won't allow white nationalists to target and harass people. That's his definition of free speech.
Well, that's big of him as a white man to admit that.
Like that's a pretty big accusation to throw at
Guy's
somebody.
a complete sack of shit. Like
that's a pretty big. I'm just saying, hey, if that's true, you know, you got to have a shit ton of references and links.
That's why I boycott Dave Matthews and Charlize Theron.
Are they
my
all
Russia prejudice and put it on them? Like South Africa,
Yeah.
probably apartheid.
Oh, they're for Dave Matthews from South Africa too.
Yeah, those three African.
Okay, I got you. Anyway, so Nathan J. Robinson. Oh, I wish we would have showed this tweet first. That would be the important tweet to show first. So this guy, I love it. The hilarious irony about this guy, Nathan J. Robinson, is that he calls himself a socialist and a super this, and he started a magazine, and as soon as they wanted to unionize, he shut it down. And it was like a 5 minutes after he had called me a not a real lefty or something like that. He said, I'm always attacking lefty people. I don't know how to build allies. And then he shuts down his own magazine when they tried to unionize. So that was funny. So then he went off Twitter for about 8 or 9 months, and now he's back to say some more stupid shit.
No bow tie? He gave up on a bow tie?
I don't know, maybe. He still dresses like what they call a dandy. He's what they call a dandy. So he says, remember that once Elon Musk owns Twitter, every tweet you send is performing free labor for him and using your personal free time to increase his wealth. When you write a popular tweet, you're a writer offering revenue-driving content to the world's richest man for free. So
Wasn't I doing that to another? When are you not doing that?
When are you exactly? When are you not doing that? Hey, so when I'm watching MSNBC, I'm actually helping orphans. What is it? Or am I helping enrich the richest people and the oligarchs who have been killing people and starting wars and oppressive blah blah, and keeping the water dirty in Flint? Who am I helping by watching CNN? Who am I helping by going on Facebook? Who am I helping by going on Instagram? So what I said.
He's a worm, dude.
I go, remember, every tweet you send is currently performing free labor for the Saudis who chop up journalists and are committing genocide in Yemen. I'm currently increasing their wealth with this tweet, but I want to censor dissenting voices, so I'm pretending that's not the case. So that's just a bullshitter. This guy's like 32 years old, and he's that big of a fucking bullshitter already?
Well, you see his outfits. Who dresses like that?
Dandies.
But do you see that thing where he goes, the richest man? He didn't use the tactic the other ones did of saying he's like South Africa, Hitler, and all that. He goes, you're just making the world's richest man. So solely you're supposed to go, oh, he's the richest man? I only want to enrich slightly less
richer
than
men.
the richest. The ones that switch places with him occasionally.
Zuby, this guy always has some good tweets. He says, it's always interesting to note who feels threatened, angry, or upset by the notion of more people being allowed to voice their opinions. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Ben Collins says there are plenty of this. Oh, here's a guy who's afraid. He says there are plenty of models for where this site is likely headed. I'm on those sites all day. I cover extremism and lies for a living. You're not gonna like it. Yeah, free speech is ugly. And you guys are gonna regret the day you got the freedom to speak your mind. Believe me. You want an unelected bureaucrat in Silicon Valley censoring shit. We all need it. And this guy works. Who does he work for? Can you look it up? Who does this guy work for?
I know his name. He's this asshole. This is like in The Wire when they pushed all the heroin addicts into one hell section of town, you know? And they were like, you just created hell here. Like, that's what happens when you put ghettoize people. It turns into a ghetto. You're horrified by the thing that you helped create.
Oh, this guy works for NBC News, of course.
A senior reporter.
Senior reporter at NBC News.
Is it the darkness on the edge of town coming in?
Here's what Glenn Greenwald says to that tweet. He says, I'm not really sure how or why it happened, and at some point it should be studied with the perspectives of some temporal distance. But the neediest, most ardent, and most passionate censorship crusaders are the tattletale employees of media corporations like this. And that's exactly right. Boy, look at the highfalutin language he used. He's really trying to impress somebody. Some temporal distance? The fuck? What is that?
Time.
Hey, sir, right? Hey, Suri, what's the definition of temporal? Suri, talk to me. Hey, Suri, what's the definition of temporal?
I can still remember.
Yes, I want to hear the next one.
December,
it's time.
How we talk so late into the night. I had always felt that.
Yeah, let's do it.
When the snow had melted, we would meet again and make things right.
That's all.
Meets liquor.
It's all.
Time moves so much quicker. Memories are fading into the past.
I know more stuff than Siri.
When the night is late, I think, can I change fate?
It's like she gave us the definitions backwards, right? Like the of importance or use. Anyway, we need some temporal distance. There are so many amusing aspects to this utter panic and meltdown of corporate media employees at the prospect of Musk's control of Twitter. Perhaps the funniest are ones who work at huge corporations owned by Bezos. Other billionaires are lamenting billionaire control of media. Let me read that again. Perhaps the funniest are the ones who work at huge corporations owned by Bezos. That was how it was written. Okay. I thought
you didn't put and,
right? And other billionaires. That's it. Are lamenting billionaire control. That is the irony. Like they're acting like this is the first time this ever happened. They don't have a problem
with the rich. That's the thing. They all want to be rich, but they know, like, oh, you poor people, you hate like rich people, right? So like he's really rich. So you should hate him the most. That's the talking down to you of constant. And then understand half these people, especially the young ones in the media, they got into the mainstream media by first practicing their fucking cancel nonsense in blogs. And
yeah.
A lot of them made their bones like getting people collecting scalps. So now they control the whole like discourse on there, and they're going to lose complete control of that. And also, they're all Taylor Lorenz's inside.
Yeah.
So look at how she reacted to getting even a taste of all the things she does. She couldn't believe it could happen to her. They're thinking about it.
Here, Glenn goes on. Corporate journalists, deeply upset at the possibility of a mild return of free speech values to Twitter, could always just build their own social media alternative that offers more censorship. Nothing is stopping them. Yes. Go build a super censored Twitter. Go and do it.
Well, they know something will stop it because they've been involved in stopping that competition themselves when it goes, like there's going to be someone like me to stop me from making. Also, they can't make anything. That's the larger.
So Glenn also tweets this out. This was in the Washington Post 2 weeks ago. So let me show you what it is. It says, Musk's appointment to Twitter board shows that we need regulation of social media platforms to prevent rich people from controlling our channels of communication. That's in the Washington Post, owned by Jeff fucking Bezos. I can't run. My cynicism cannot keep up with reality. So Glenn says, hi, I work at CNN, owned by Warner Brothers Discovery, and I'm really worried about billionaire control of media. Hi, like the way things were before. I like the way things before, with Soros, Omidyar, Google, and Zuckerberg running everything. Not a billionaire.
Not a guy who's a billionaire, by the way, from electric cars.
From electric cars.
There is. You're making him wealthy for his environmentally friendly cars. do drive, by the way. Half of them drive Tesla.
That's right. I remember when he was supposed to be a big friend of the environmentalists because he's doing the electric car. He's not inventing it, but he's revolutionizing it. Here we go. Here's a great. This is perfect for what is happening. For the shit lib freak out over Twitter, maybe going free speech. Like, I don't know if Elon's going to actually follow through. If he does, it's going to be fantastic, especially with the open sourcing part. Because then we'll see who's being shadow banned, who's being boosted, why they're pushing certain things, what they're not. That's the thing you want.
They don't want to lose that power.
Yeah.
That power of quietly working with people in the company to quietly just do things. That's what they're afraid of losing.
So here's what Glenn sums up what's happening. But this was before. So this is before he was very prescient here. Watch.
By far, the number one villain is Rick Snyder, who's now being embraced by the Biden campaign as somebody whose endorsement they're proud to have.
So Rick Snyder, who's that horrible guy who poisoned and killed those people in Michigan, took the power of local government away from people and fired their mayors, took over the cities like a fascist, and appointed managers to run cities, and it didn't matter if you had a vote or not. And then he killed people with the poisoning their water, and they knew about it. So then he said, there's no bigger villain than that guy, except now Joe Biden's in bed with that guy. Here we go.
It's the reason why liberals are so repulsive. They don't have any fixed beliefs. They weaponize everything cynically. Yeah. And they're so transparent about it. And then at the same time, so sanctimonious about who they are. Right? Like, I remember Lee Atwater, who of course is like a scumbag political operative, kind of reveled in the fact that that's what he was, right? Like Roger Stone is sort of the same way. Like, they're totally immoral scumbags. They kind of admit it. They don't really pretend otherwise. Liberals are exactly the same. They have zero principles. They weaponize everything against their enemies and then ignore and give license to whoever's on their side. But then at the same time are so self-righteous about who they are. And that's what makes them uniquely repulsive.
So those are the people calling for censorship. That's what he's describing. So it happened. Elon Musk has got control of Twitter. Let's see if he institutes the threats of freedom and liberty of free speech. Let's see if he actually does it. If he does it, it'll be fantastic. And if he doesn't, it'll be a tragedy. And then Caitlin Johnstone will be a soothsayer again. We're doing live stand-up shows in Cleveland, Columbus, Pittsburgh, Des Moines, Omaha, Kansas City, Las Vegas, all over the country. Go to jimmydorecomedy.com for a link for tickets. And single tickets now available at all venues. So if you tried to buy one before and you couldn't, single tickets are now available. Plus, while you're at jimmydorecomedy.com, why don't you become a premium member? Sign up to our mailing list so when they cancel us, we can still stay in touch.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
Number one, first and foremost, if you look,
it up and I kept it protected for the last 18 years. Contacted Graveyard Cars and Mark, and they're going to restore my car back to its original condition.
I used to work in a wrecking yard, and I've seen the cars come in that's been hit and everything. And usually there's stuff that's not in too bad of shape. This one, I mean, when it goes all the way to your frame structures warped and you've got panels warped, you know it was in a hot fire.
Once the car got here and it made its way through the queue, the first thing we did was disassemble it down to the raw shell. I was curious to know exactly what kind of condition the quarter panels, wheelhouses, trunk floor, main floor, those kind of things were in. When it came back from the dipper, it turned out that the bottom of the car, other than the trunk floor, like the main floor and the step well and the under seat pan, were beautiful. The firewall, beautiful. Aprons, beautiful. Frame rails, front and rear, beautiful. These are all the structural components of the car. So that was a big relief. That meant we had to start replacing sheet metal on it. So I got together with George. We talked about exactly what panels are going to be replaced and what ones are going to be repaired.
When we first got the car back from the dipper, we first started by cutting off all the bad metal that we could not read.
At the rear end steam.
That's why I was such a pain in the ass about making sure that that header was right on the money before you drop that skin on. Because right now, you would never know that car was damaged. You look at that car right now from where it started, you would say somebody cut the numbers out of a car and put it in another one. Oh yeah, you understand that's our job to make it look like that? Oh yeah. You get that?
100%.
Okay. So this car is no different from the standpoint of our quality. We want this quality on all of our cars, whether it was a 340 or Clears, it looks good. Boy, that looks nice. Look at how nice that looks.
Turned out beautifully.
Look at the size of these factory spot welds where they weld the torsion bar cross member to the floor pan.
That is crazy.
I mean, that's a ½ inch if it's anything.
Yeah.
We're going to have to talk to our friends over at AIM and see if they make a bigger tip. It'd be kind of fun to duplicate those.
Yeah,
cars are strong enough, but it'd be cool if they look the same. All factory spot welds. This is a beautiful. You should write this down and take pictures with your phone and use it every time you're wondering if something will fly. Come up to Mark and say, hey, will this fly? I don't know. If it looks like this, it'll always fly. See,
good idea.
That's the area over there that was all caved in and down. And while right now it's not beautiful because there's a lot of damaged metal, they don't make that part. So you either get another used one, which we actually bought an entire parts car to get that piece for. And then that piece had rust, so we had to do a bunch of patches to it. But if you look at it, we've got the beautiful reveal across between the header and the roof, all the way down the side. And that 46 barrel 4-speed trackback 354 Tour Red Car EV2. That was a hugely anticipated build because typically speaking, we were told it couldn't be done. It couldn't be done, you can't do it. So when we revealed that turned everything upside down. I would have to say that the Phoenix Cuda reveal will be right in that same family. Most people wouldn't have touched the car. I talked to a couple of restoration guys in the country that do top work. They wouldn't have done it. Don't have the means or the ability or the to have done. Okay, I think you're ready to roll it back down there. Just go ahead and
Here's the list of who deleted their accounts on Twitter after Elon Musk bought them out. Thanks for watching Next News Network. I'm Ivory Hecker, filling in for my down online after the world's richest has reached a deal to purchase the left-wing site. Fox News host Tucker Carlson tweeted simply, "We're back." The host and author was actually suspended for agreeing that Dr. Rachel Levine, Assistant Secretary of Health at the Department of Health and Human Services, is a biological man. Fellow Fox News host Mark Levin came back on the site on Monday to, as well, quote, "Thanks to new ownership, I've decided to come back," he wrote. Anti-lockdown. Here's a list of who deleted their accounts on Twitter after Elon Musk bought them out. Thanks for watching Next News Network. I'm Ivory Hecker, filling in from my YouTube. That's Ivory Hecker on YouTube. Real quick, if this is your first time here and you like our reports, please consider subscribing and tap that notification bell. Well, there was a major meltdown online after the world's richest man did a stunning buyout of Twitter. It reminds me of when people said that they would leave the country after Donald Trump became president. I think Madonna might have been the only one who actually did that, if I remember. Well, let's take a look at who came back to Twitter and who left. Amanda Prestigiacomo of the Daily Wire reports a slew of conservative accounts came back on Twitter Monday following news that Tesla founder Elon Musk has reached a deal to purchase the left-wing site. Fox News host Tucker Carlson tweeted simply, "We're back." The host and author was actually suspended for agreeing that Dr. Rachel Levine, Assistant Secretary of Health at the Department of Health and Human Services, is a biological man. Fellow Fox News host Mark Levin came back on the site on Monday to, as well, quote, "Thanks to new ownership, I've decided to come back," he wrote. Anti-lockdown group Truckers for Freedom, which was banned from Twitter, came back on the platform Monday as well, according to Fox Business. Quote, "Friends, it is happening again like the last time," the account tweeted. Quote, "We already have 1,000 followers in 1 hour since we have rejoined Twitter. Last time we had the same growth, but not from the first hour. Follow us to support Elon Musk is with us. Hashtag Truckers for Freedom." Actor Michael Caine, who was a supporter of Brexit and has voted conservative, sparked some attention on Twitter too when he posted for the first time in months on Monday. The timing made Twitter users wonder if the actor came back to the site because of the Musk buyout, the Daily Caller reported. On the flip side, race hustler Sean King appeared to delete his account from the platform. The move came following King claiming South African-born Musk was motivated by white power in his quest to purchase Twitter. Quote, "At its root, Elon Musk wanting to purchase Twitter is not about left versus right," he wrote earlier in the day. Quote, "It's about white power. The man was raised in apartheid by a white nationalist," King continued. Quote, "He's upset that Twitter won't allow white nationalists to target and harass people. That's his definition of free speech." Incredible. In other notable Twitter news, the former President Donald Trump, who had his account permanently suspended in January of 2021, said that he will not return to the platform if his account is reinstated. Instead, Trump said he will use his own social media platform, Truth Social. Trump has been pushing his social network, and it would be off-brand for him to jump ship now that Twitter is under new ownership. It'll be interesting to see what happens when Elon takes over the company in probably one of the most spectacular corporate buyouts that we've ever witnessed. Do you think that Elon Musk will make Twitter the free speech platform that it was meant to be? Comment below. Subscribe for updates. If you like what we're doing here, give us a thumbs up. Explore the links in description, and please share this report on your social networks. Also, check out my independent reporting on my YouTube. That's youtube.com/Ivory Hecker. For Next News Network, I'm Ivory Hecker.
Thank you for watching that report. Let's talk about gifts. Gifts for our sons. Now, my son always asks for things I know he'll never play with or barely use or ignore after a couple times. But then I saw this. I was flipping through the internet, and I took a chance, and I'm simply blown away by the quality of this beautiful, beautiful, it's like a dog tag. And when I opened up the box for the first time, I was like, man, I cannot wait to give this to my son. You know, I've got three boys, so I'm going to get one for each of them. So I think you should too. I think your son will appreciate it. You know, it's awesome. I'll be able to give him that little bit of extra encouragement even when we're not together, which, of course, he's still young, so most of the time he's at school. But it's a gift that really matters and that helps him remember that as his dad, I will always be there for him. And guess what? It's made in the USA, ships out super fast, and that the stainless steel that's used is the highest quality. And the box it comes in makes it perfect for a gift. So Get yours today. Click the link down below. We'll see you at the next report for the Next News Network. I'm Gary French.
You possess the power to impact the global narrative. Please share this report, and to get more videos like this, become a Next News subscriber by clicking the link below. Thank you for watching the Next News Network.
I think that's an example of a broader question for Twitter, which is, if you get invited to something where there are no rules,
where there is total freedom for everybody, do you actually want to go to that party? Or are you going to decide to stay home? And that's a question for Twitter users. Some Twitter users might love the idea. There's going to be absolutely no moderation and no rules at all. Others might not want to be anywhere near that. Am I crazy?
No, you're right. And what happens to the advertising?
Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's Jeremy here from The Quartering, and an absolute hilarious reaction to Elon Musk purchasing it. He just kind of struck back with a new comment or a new statement about the future of Twitter and how he views free speech, and it's absolutely amazing. Hey, I'm not going to put any ads in this video. I know, some people hate that, but what I will do is, if you're on Twitter, please consider following me. And if you haven't yet, I'm working on building my mailing list over at thequartering.com. I use this mailing list to just tell you about new features or new products I'm offering. We're working on a huge list of woke or not woke companies. We're going to have a full list of our sponsors here. I'm taking your direct feedback on stuff you want to see. People told me they wanted to hear the show put on Spotify every day. Not only did I do that, but I hired somebody to chop it all down and make it flow like it's one show. That gets uploaded every single day. So please go to thequartering.com right on top here. Sign up for the newsletter. Then you're going to get an email that says, hey, do you want to be on this list? Click yes, and then you're done. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. I'm going to do some great things, but I need to be able to actually talk to people. Now, the media has been absolutely melting down over Elon Musk purchasing Twitter. Some of them with hilarious takes like, oh, this is going to be the worst thing ever because why Elon Musk plan to, quote, fix Twitter will be harder to implement than he thinks. Here's an article from The Atlantic. The worst case scenario for Elon Musk's Twitter, plus the more likely one. You can see this article at BBC News. Elon Musk warned he must protect Twitter users. All of this is hilarious because when you look at essentially the left-wing establishment media, yes, there's Fox News, but CNN, MSNBC, NBC, BBC, every major media outlet, every major website, Forbes, Washington Post, owned by Bezos, all these people have been totally fine when Twitter was owned by one man before, Jack Dorsey. They've all been totally fine with Facebook being owned by one man in Mark Zuckerberg. Why do you think that is? Well, could it be the hundreds of millions of dollars that Mark Zuckerberg put into helping Democrats in the 2016 and 2020 elections? I don't know. Could it be Jack Dorsey's obvious leftward leanings, at least during the beginning? Could it be that Twitter seemingly had the algorithm working against non-mainstream voices? Look, today I gained 2,000 followers on Twitter. I've never had a day like that before. When Libs of TikTok got doxxed, I had a big day, an influx of followers, but the number of people going to twitter.com and going to /thequartering and following now is amazing. And it's because people are coming back, people are dormant, people are interested in what's going on. Maybe people are seeing my Elon Musk coverage here on YouTube and they're subscribing. I'm actually getting new subscribers, which is nice. But all of the negative stuff here, Bloomberg, Elon Musk and Twitter are not a match made in heaven. Nothing in the Tesla CEO's track record suggests he will be careful steward of an important media property. Yes, Mark Gongoloff, I'm sure you are by far the more intelligent person. In fact, there was also an article by Gizmodo, okay, that basically said, Elon's not very smart. Elon Musk proves yet again he's not very bright. Yeah, sure. Tesla has a $1 trillion valuation. Boeing has Boring has $5 billion. Neuralink's in the billions. He was only one of the original founders of PayPal. But yeah, Elon Musk just couldn't possibly be as smart as Squint's eyes. Matt Novak, weekend writer at Gizmodo, a dying website, a website that's been replaced by overweight bearded guys in their basements reading the articles. I mean, like, yes, when you are, proposing things, not everything's going to be a hit. It's like, oh my God, the Hyperloop. Oh my God, solar powered roads failed, so everything else associated with it is gonna be. It's so dumb to deny the power of Tesla. Like, they single-handedly. I don't care if you don't like Elon. I don't care if you don't like Teslas. That's fine. I'm not here to sell you one. But what I am saying is, Tesla forced every major domestic car maker to get on board with making EVs, which are a good option for some people. If you want to roll coal like I do still, that's fine. We also, my wife drives a Tesla and loves it for never having to stop at the gas station, in particular for safety reasons. Late at night, you don't have to stop and pick up, get gas or whatever the case may be. Whatever. I don't care if you don't like them, they're fit and finish or whatever, or you don't like that he got government handouts, even though every other major company ever has gotten them. What I'm saying is, just because Elon has had a few missteps in the past, doesn't automatically discredit him being able to succeed at running Twitter. And then perhaps the best meltdown thus far has been Brian Stelter complaining that Twitter will be a party with no rules, even though Elon has refuted that. And this via excellent investigative writer Nick Monroe, also a good follow. CNN personality Brian Stelter's reaction Monday to Elon Musk taking over Twitter and reverting it back to a private company is that the platform will become a, quote, free-for-all. He described it on the CNN newsroom as a party with no rules. Yeah, who wouldn't want to go to that? Stelter led off by presuming that Musk will manage Twitter like he does SpaceX and Tesla. His primary complaint about his leadership style is what it'll mean for the threat of misinformation. You mean half of what CNN puts out on purpose? And the rest of Twitter's rulebook. That's what led to CNN anchor to say, look, who knows? I think that's an example of a broader question for Twitter, which is, if you get invited to something where there are no rules, this is Brian Stelter, who is younger than me, where there's total freedom for everybody, do you actually want to go to that party? Yeah, literally everyone would. And that's a question for some Twitter users. Some Twitter users might love the idea that there's going to be absolutely no moderation and no rules at all. Although, and again, Elon Musk has not said this, and I will get to his statement in a second. Others might not want to. Essentially what he's saying is like, oh, people need to leave Twitter. The consumer is going to leave Twitter. When, in fact, they are not. They are not. I mean, they're not. The amount of people, so Mastodon said, Mastodon's the far left alternative to Twitter. I also have an account there. You'll find me. I tweeted it out. That was too left for Will Wheaton. They tweeted out a whopping 40,000 users. If you look at guys like Jack Posobiec, he gained 10,000 followers today alone. The number of people who are watching this video and who will follow me on Twitter might be another 1,000 or 2. The amount of people leaving Twitter seem to be greatly outnumbered. I've got a video about that later. Seem to be greatly outnumbered by the number of people either returning to active duty here on Twitter or signing up for the very first time. I've seen a lot of comments in my comment section and on Twitter saying, hey, I decided to come back to Twitter because, now it might actually be fun. I see a lot of my peers testing various bannable offenses, which I don't recommend doing yet. Not at least until, we have a clear idea of what Elon's going to do. And I do think that it's not like Elon Musk is going to come in and say, he literally can't. He can't come in and say all hate speech rules are no longer valid. He can't do that because, he could if he wants Twitter to not be on the App Store or the Google Android Store anymore. He could do that if he doesn't want to have any kind of payment processing on Twitter. He could do it. Twitter is big enough and there's enough people who have it installed already on their phones that could probably handle installing an APK and going around it. But overall, that's not going to be how it goes. So then Elon tweeted out just a few minutes ago, actually, just a few moments ago, the extreme reaction from those who fear free speech says it all. By free speech, and that has 500,000 likes, right? Then he follows it up by, quote, free speech, I simply mean that's which speech matches the law. I am against censorship that goes far beyond the law. If people want less free speech, they will ask the government to pass laws to that effect. Therefore, going by beyond the law is contrary to the will of the people. That's exactly, Elon Musk just told you what the new Twitter's terms of service will be. Elon Musk just said the new Twitter terms of service is going to be, my opinion of bannable offenses will be things that are illegal. Now, he's still going to have to navigate hate speech rules with the app stores, or Elon is just the type of guy with just the type of money to, if they decide to kick him off the app store, he could perhaps provide a solution to the monopoly that exists there. Make it very easy for people to download Twitter from their phones without the Google App Store, and prove that you don't need it anymore. Gab does that. Gab's not on the App Store, and there are thousands of happy users there. So this is very, very interesting to see. It's been absolutely amazing to cover. I hope everyone's having as much fun as I am. And before the end of the day, please open a new tab. Head on over to thequartering.com. On the upper right, put your email in and make sure you get on my email list. I want to be able to get a hold of everyone if I ever get banned, or if I ever have something important that I can't trust, like people on Twitter to see, or because, the shadow banning and this and that. And by the way, also, you have links to the podcast version of my show. You also have all of my latest videos get posted here within maybe an hour of them going live on YouTube. So it's a good place just to check if you don't want to go on YouTube. I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon.
Killing spree. Claw or spear, your end's the same.
will soon fall. Let me show you the way. Your turret has been destroyed. Let me show you the way.